this is the third section and the final one, the shading in portion. Now this is all just to finish the drawing and make it look more complete. It is not it's not necessary in painting to be able to do this. It's I think very unnecessary if you are going to paint over all of this. So this is just a bonus, I guess. I'm going to start with the darkest parts of the drawing first. I'm using a 6B pencil to do this. And when I identify the darkest parts of the drawing, I'm going, I kind of squint my eyes at the reference and I see which parts are the darkest to me. Definitely this part of the helmet, and then up here too. So I guess I'll start up here. First I'm just outlining this line here with my 6B. I'm doing these little fine details in this section. Now around this line, I am defining it here. And definitely the tip here is going to be the darkest part. And then I'm just slowly feathering out my graphite to make kind of a dark to a little bit lighter gradient. And I'm softening these sharp lines that I did as well. And I'm going to take a pencil that is a bit lighter, 2B, and I'm just going to fill in these areas here. Then I see a very dark patch here along this line that I'll fill in. Then I see this line here is also very dark. And coming out from these little cloud shapes that we did, there are also smaller sections. I think two, like this. Sorry for the shaking. Then I'm just going from the darkest areas and I'm just sort of feathering out that shading and blending it. I'm filling in here. Here's also very dark along the base. Then here the line comes down between these two sections. Up here, I noticed that there's a dark shadow around this section that I'm going to fill in. Then I'm just going to blend that out as well. And I'm going to make sure to lighten it as I go further down, slightly like this. I'll blend out this dark patch from down here. I'm gonna erase a little here because I made this line a bit too harsh. I see a line that comes down from this corner here, corner of box number 3. And then this dark section here that comes out. And then the shading kind of feathers out down here. Here, making this section a bit lighter. Here it's very dark at the top as well. I'm putting that dark outline that comes down here. Oops. And I see these lines here that come down. They are very faint. It's like this. And I'll just blend those lines in with the harsh section on top. be right back. I'm going to get a blender. Oops, sorry. I'm going to blend this out a bit so it looks less grainy. I'm using a very thin blender. I'm blending out this harsh line here. Blending out this lighter area here. Now I'm going to take my 2B, a bit lighter, and I'm just going to define this area a bit. There's not much to define. I'm just gonna go over it very lightly with these little shadows that separate them. Something like this. Then I'm going to go in with my blender and blend them out. then I see this very dark area up here. I already marked this section before, which is good. Now I see that these ends here are starting to get lighter than from here. So I'm going to make note of that when I bring my shading down. I'm not going to shade down here with this pencil just yet. I'm going to mark this sharp line down here. And then this sharp area that is very dark right here. Then this Y here, I'm also gonna make note of how dark it is. This Y. There are these little sections here that come out like this. The reason why I'm not shading in these with my 6B is because it's starting to get lighter now. Here was about the darkest part of the helmet, which is why I use the 6B for it. But as we get lighter here, I'm only shading the very dark areas. And the ones I already shaded kind of tell me and remind me which areas are dark. Here it's dark, so I'm shading in this area. I find this shading part to be much more relaxing and easier than drawing the outline. I'm not putting any detail yet because that comes after you shade and block in the shadows. So then down here, this circle that comes out, that is also very dark at the beginning of it. I'm just going to outline this line here. Then this shadow here along that circle, I'm going to outline. And this area here is also a bit dark. As well as right here. And then the end here of this part, this curve here, there's a shadow that is very dark that I will add. I also see here is going to be dark too. I'm just defining this part here. That is also a bit dark. These two lines here. here next to this line there's a dark patch. Then here as well, this line here is a bit thicker and darker. And then there's a smaller line that just comes out here. Same with here, there's a line that just branches out and comes down like this. That I'll just make note of. And I'll also define this line here that comes down. Now we can worry about the ones right here. Here will be almost as dark as this. So I'm just defining these lines here. And then I'm going over these very dark areas. This. Up here is going to be dark. There's a little line that splits it up. This line here is also defined. I'm just feathering out these dark patches that I put up here. There's a dark patch here that I'm shading in. I'm also putting these lines up here. And I'll define them and round them out a bit better. Now I'm going to only fill in the dark parts again with this 6B because it does get lighter as you come down. This part is going to be dark still. Once you get to this one, it'll start getting lighter from here. Then there's a dark line right here. Then the dark lines start to get thinner as we go down. There is a shadow that is casted here that I will highlight. Here the shadow does make it very dark. And to get to the bottom of this, so I'll just shade it in a bit here with my 6B. I'll add a little bit of shadow among here, but not that much. And then here, it gets lighter. So I'm looking at other dark areas we should fill with the 6B. I guess we can do these lines right here. This one is a bit more faint, but these three are dark. I'm gonna fill in this little shadow here. You can see that it makes these little, it's kind of like a rope here, or a twist. So I'm just making these little lines here to show that. Maybe it's too early on for that detail, but I'll just make note of it since I'm doing the shadow here. there's also a shadow here on the swirl that I should define. Just like that would be good. I'll define this little angle that it makes. And here, this part of the swirl too. And then this side there's also a shadow. I'll just lightly put the shadow here. Now, with the helmet, this triangular area is a bit dark too. Around right here, I'm just going to shade in a bit. And we're going to do more with this area later. And I'm also going to do this line right here, as well as the back of the head. Doing the insides of this swirl here too. Here will be very dark. I'm going to just shade in this area since it will be very dark here. Should be good. Behind the ear there's a very dark shadow as well. Oops, I think I accidentally drew it on the ear, but it's okay. The ear hole as well will be very dark. this triangle here above the ear, right around here, will also be very dark. This area will be very dark here. Under here will be a very dark shadow. Between the hair here will be, and this line here that comes down from the helmet, and the angle it creates will also be a dark shadow. There will be these two J's here that we did earlier. Will also be dark shadows, and I'll meet it with the back of the helmet. Here, moving back to the tail of the helmet, this area will also be very dark. This whole area here. And then I'll define these very dark lines that come out. Another dark area is right under these two sections. There's another shadow that comes down, and it blends in with these lines. Defining this other dark line that will come right here. And then one here in this corner of this box. Then this dark line extends down to here, and then it thins out as it gets lighter in this area. I'm sorry, this is a bit unorganized, but I'm just gonna define the shadow that I forgot to up here. Okay, now back to here. I'm gonna define this dark line as well. And here it gets extremely dark as well because it is the furthest away from the light area, just coming from here. So I'm gonna darken that. I'm just going to feather out this shading here. My pencil's a bit dull. I'm going to sharpen it. You can see in this corner, the box, this area does get darker here. This line I meant. I'm extending it down here. And I'm just going to fill in this area very dark. It does get slightly lighter as it goes down, but not that much, so I'm just going to keep it consistent. That would be good. And then I'll also do this line here. Creates this little C shape. Not C, but a very curved shape down here that goes along with the flow of the rest of the helmet, the tail of it. So I'll leave it like that over there. I think I could shade here a bit more with this 60. That would be good. I'm going to define this line as well. I'll shade in this dark area too. And I'll lightly shade in the middle between here. Now the hair here is also going to be very dark. Can start up here with the hairline. I'm going to just start here and shade a bit, outlining the hair details. So there's one line here, and then another dark line that comes out here. And then a third dark line that comes out right here. Defining where the hairline starts. Oops. Okay. The end of the helmet here has a shadow. My goodness. Anyways. I'm just going to put the shadow here, and then this hair strand that's also very dark comes down. I'm just putting these little shadows here very lightly so I can remember with the ear. There's a shadow here in the earlobe. Just like that, I'll remember. Then after this hair strand, there's a little light area that comes out. And then these little J's here that we did. I will define them. designing these curls here. I'm also going to shade up here in the ear. There's one hair strand that comes out here that I'll just put. Then I'm just shading in the hairs here. And then you can see the hairs will just kind of blend in with the shading of the chin, which I'll put right here. I'm doing it very lightly since this side of the face is less dark as it's closer to the light source. My pencil looks so strange. Okay, so this little Y here, I'll put. Now I think the shoulder is actually a bit lower. I'm gonna do a little shading here for the chin. Very lightly. Now, while I'm up here, I'll do the shadows for this part of the helmet. It makes that little rope, just like this one. So I'll just include that. But I won't pay that much attention to it. Then here the shadow is a bit darker. There's the shadow here. It's not as dark as here, so I'll just make it very light and thin. And you can see the little rope effect that happens on this one too, but it's less apparent. So I'll just make it like that. I know maybe I should also do the little designs here that I haven't done yet. So I'll take my 2H pencil and I'll do the little designs here. So there's this little angle that comes out from around there. I'm not going to go too into detail here on this design. I see that it creates this little triangle here. And then it swirls down like this. Like that would be good. And then from that swirl we see a backwards J that comes out. Like this. I'm not going to worry too much about these helmet details. And then we see another one that makes this little C shape here. So I'll just put that for the helmet right now. One second, I'm going to open a window. It's so hot in here. Okay. I'll just shade in this area here. Okay, now back with my 6B pencil. I'm going to find more very dark areas to shade. I think we're almost done with the 6B part of this. I guess I can do right here, just a little line. There's a little shadow that comes out right here. The hair appears dark, very dark, so I'm just going to put more. I'm going to lightly feather out these dark patches up here. Something like that would be good. Maybe I'll shade this area here a bit more. And this little angle here that the chin and neck make. I'm contemplating on whether I should put that little star here or if it's too early. I'm not sure, but there is some shading here. That I will add. I see here that this area should be a bit dark. Now we'll move on to the face. So The darkest area on the face is definitely the pupil. Actually, wait, I'll go here. Might as well, so I don't forget. There is a shadow here. And I'll define this line here. Gonna define this shadow here on the shoulder very lightly with my 6B. Like this would be fine. Here is a bit darker, and I will mark the shadow here. Put a little shadow here. Oops, sorry. The curl of the hair here. I'll remember to define it. This one too. There is a shadow here that I'll put with the back. I wish I had a larger blender, but I don't know where it went. Okay, I'll actually do the face now. I'll start easy and just define the lash line. can see a shadow, a little curved shadow that comes out here and defines the bottom eyelid. I'm not going to do much with this pencil here because it's too dark. I'll just put the shadow down here for the eyebrow. And the eyelid here. Then for the nose, there is also a shadow here underneath. Just marking the shadow underneath the nose, very simply. Like that. And the lips are a bit messy. I guess I can clean them up now. I'll just start with the line here in between the lips. Oops, sorry about that. And then it comes down here like this. And I'll put the shadow here underneath. That's all I'll do with the 6B for the face, since it's very light over there, so I don't need to put much. Then I'll just do the shield. The shield doesn't have much shadow either, just on the, I don't know what it's called, but the sections on the shield. So I'll just put that very simply, like that rope effect that we see up here. Just like that with the shield. Okay, so I think we've done all that we should with the 6B pencil. If there is more that we should do, I will come back and put it later, but now I think we can go maybe to 4B. Hold on. Let me just test something out. Yeah, I think 4B would be good. So 4B is a bit lighter than 6B, of course. And I'm just using it to fill in these lighter areas. And then once I go down here, it gets a bit lighter. Now we see here, as we did before, this part that makes it 3D. We see it here too, just that little line. I'll remember to keep shaded in a bit. With this one, we can see the little smaller lines that come out of it. Like this. To remember that as I get down here, it gets lighter. You can see it get lighter here. I'm just going to shade it a bit more lightly. Then here we have this part. I'm just going to define it very loosely, as I don't really think it matters too much up here. Here, this part will be dark. This part will be very light. And then I'm just defining these little sections that come out. And then they just kind of fade out like this. I'm going to define this line here that creates this Y shape. Then there's this little smaller V that I'm just going to include here, and it's very lightly shaded, like this. I'll erase this line up here. There's a lot of smeared graphite here that I'll just erase. Okay. Here is going to be very dark as well. And I'll lightly shade this area here. And then there's another dark portion here. There's these two dark lines here, and in the middle I'll just fill it to be more dark than the other ones. I think I made these parts too dark, so I'm just going to lighten it up a bit, like this. Then here I'm just still using my 4B, and I'm just using, I'm using it to make these tiny lines here. From the base it's a bit shaded, and then it gets lighter as we go here. So this part here is also dark, and then it just fades in. So then here in this section there are some tiny lines. There's one that comes up here. Something like that. And then there's one that comes this way. Then there are these little tiny lines that come right here. Yeah, and I'll just shade around it as it's a bit darker at the base. I'm just defining this dark area. I'm going to blend that out later, but that is a good amount of lightness. Something like that. Okay, then down here I'm going to define this shadow here. And I see these shadows that come beneath these lines here. back to this. Sorry about that. I'm defining this shadow here, this curved one that comes out. And then you see these little sections within it. Then I'm going to define this line that comes down here. Then I'm going to define this very dark line that comes down here. And I'll just shade that in. And there's this lighter shadow that comes up here. And a shade in here lightly. Okay, where was I? I think right here. There's also a dark line separating these two sections. And then I'll define this one too. It's dark here, and then I'm just fading it into a bit lighter out here. And then here, these little sections here underneath. Like this. That would be a bit darker. I'm just shading that area in right here, and then marking this shadow. Then this area will be light, so I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'll shade it lightly here, but back to here, you can see that it is darker in these areas, which is why I put the shadow here. And then it kind of gets lighter as you go here. I mean, as you go this way, it gets lighter, so I'm just lightly shading this direction. And then here it gets darker again, as this part has a shadow over it. I hope that makes sense. And it will come together when I blend it. Then here I will put this dark line. And then I can see there is shading that comes upwards from that line. Then I'm just going to lightly shade around it here. And I'll lightly shade in this area here. Not so much. Next, I guess I will go follow this down here. I will put the shadow here under this. And I'll add my shadow here. Next, I see that once I get here, it starts getting light. So there was a shadow that I put here. And then as you get to this area, it kind of lightens up. So I'm going to put less pressure on my pencil. And then I'm going to go up here and just blend it in like this with the rest of the darkness. And I'll do that here. So I'll lightly shade here. Then as I go further down, it gets lighter. Like this. And it kind of comes from this fold here that overlaps it. Like that. That's how I would shade it. Very simple. With this one, I feel like I need to maybe make it a bit darker. Like that. And I can always add more detail later. So here from this line, it's a bit shaded here. But then this part gets a bit lighter. So since I'm still using my 4B, I'm not gonna worry about the shading here too much. I can extend this one down, but it also gets lighter. So I think I'll do this with my 2B pencil. And then I can blend it here with this dark line as well. And this line kind of branches out from here. seems to be good. I think I'll go into more detail once I blend that out. So then I'm gonna go up here now. So here, I'm just going to extend these dark patches that I put. I'm going to extend them down. Like this. Here, these two are a bit lighter. This one is. So I'm gonna remember that when I shade it in like this. This one's a bit darker. Then this one will be a bit darker here. And then I'm just shading these in very lightly. Here I'm shading in these lighter spots very lightly too. Shading in here. I'm starting from this very dark line and then I'm just branching it out, or I mean feathering it out like this. And here I'm just, you can see I'm slowly making it lighter and lighter as it goes on. Here, these ones get very light. So they do start a bit darker down here, but it's just very light as it comes up. And I'll define this line here too. I'll erase it to make it a bit lighter here. So that's how I think this should be shaded. Maybe, I'm not sure. After I blend it, I can see if I should make some parts darker and lighter. But I guess now we can blend this whole thing and then this whole thing. I'll use my tiny blender as well. Where did I stop blending? I stopped here, so. That's looking good. I can use my blender up here too to do the top of these things. Later on I'm going to use my blender to go up here too and just easily do that. Hi.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you listening to music?
Yeah. So far it's blending nicely. I think I could blend this a bit better. This part should be a bit lighter, so I'm just lightening it up here as well. I can always redefine these lines if they get faded in the blending. And this needs to be lighter here. Then I'll do these here. Now I'll blend out these harsh lines as well. I see I should add a few highlights there, very faint ones. One second. I just need to re-add those highlights. And I'm just gonna go down here and follow it and blend out these harsh lines here. But I'll try to maintain the highlight that is there as well. I'm doing this on here as well. And I will do these little tails here. We can re-add the detail of the little lines there, because they seem to get faded when we blend, but that's alright. And here I'm doing the graphite, but I'm doing it very lightly. I'm gonna blend this out a bit. Then I'm gonna maintain the highlight here. I'm just gonna blend one side of it like this. Put this highlight back. This one too. Here it is meant to be lighter, so I'm gonna try to not make it too dark. With these dark areas, I'll blend too. Blending out here. Now I'm going to go back up here and I'm just going to blend in these ones. These two are going to just be pretty much dark. There'll be a slight highlight here. I can go up here and use the leftover graphite from my blender to just do these little areas here. Then here I'll remember to be much more lighter in my blending. Here I'm just going to pick up some of the graphite here, as this part is going to be very light and I have a feeling it might get dark when I blend it. So, because blending it does make it a bit darker with the leftover graphite on your blender. So maybe I should have made note of that before shading things in, but it's alright. Now I'm going to take my 4B again and we'll do this part. Hold on, I'm gonna shade in these a bit more. They look a little too light. Okay. You can see a little shadow right there. Then you can see it come back right here. I'll outline it right here. And I'll shade in this area just a bit. Make sure to get it nice and dark here. And a bit darker right here. And then as I get here, I'll extend that shading. Or not extend it, but I'll put that same shading right here. Bring that shading right here. I'm just going in with my 4B and finding places to shade. Here is a good place. Maybe you need to clean it up a bit. And I'm just going to lightly shade around it right here, this shadow that I put. Sorry about that noise. Okay, I'm gonna shade in right here, where it is darker. I'm going to shade in the back of the head right here. shadow right here, and then also shading this area here. This area is all going to be very dark, so it just kind of all blends together. And I'll define this line that comes up right here. There's a shadow between these two little J's that we did. There's a shadow here that I will put. I'm going to go in here and do the shadow of the back. It kind of comes out and goes here. I'll do it right here as well for the shoulder. We can add some of the 4B here, though we don't need that much. I see a little shadow here that we can put. Right there. So the ear, I can put some shadow here, just a bit. I can define these, I can fade out these shadows up here. And then this one up here. I decided I'm not going to draw the star on it yet. I'm just going to put the little shadow for now. And clean up this area. This kind of comes up more here. I don't think I can add much with this for the face. The face has to be done with lighter pencils, definitely. I guess I can just bring the shadow here in the lips, that is pretty dark. And a little bit here with the chin. I can do down here. But I think now we can move on from 4B to 2B and do some of the lighter areas now. The lighter area that I'm seeing first is right here. Pencil's so sharp. I'm defining the shadow right here. And I'm gonna very lightly shade here. Then I'm gonna go in with my blender. I'm gonna blend out this line that I did too, that's a bit too harsh. Blending out these parts here. Let me see if I can just shade this in with a blender, because I feel like it might work if I just do it like this. It seems to be working like this. Let me see, because I'm gonna have to extend it here where it gets lighter. Yeah, it seems to be working. Okay, so I'm just using my blender to shade in the areas where it gets lighter now. I'm blending out this shadow that is right here. So I'm lightly shading the helmet, and as I get here, I'm just pressing less hard. And I'm just taking the shadow that I put here, and I'm going to use my 2B for the swirl here. I'm just going to extend it out like this. So the shadow comes here, and then once I go in here, there's another shadow that comes from this side, and that kind of brings it to life here. And there's the shadow that comes underneath here. Goes into the swirl here. And you can see a little shadow that comes down here. Just outline this part. So then I'll take my blender. I'll just blend this out. I'm gonna lightly go over these, but not too much because these swirls are lighter than the rest of the helmet. It'll be something like this. And then I'll go over the shadow here. I'm going to darken here where the side of the swirl is as it goes down into here. I'll work a bit on here now. So I'm blending out this area where this very dark shadow is here. Next, it's a bit lighter here, so I'm just going to use my blender and lightly go over it. Like this. Then I'm going to actually go back with my 4B and I'm just going to shade in this dark area. I'm going to shade in this here a bit. I'm going to blend out this harsh line here. Oh my goodness. I go very slow, as you can see. I've been at this for almost 3 hours. My goodness. I don't know if I'm gonna put this all in real time because it'll be very long. But yeah, I'm very slow at it. But it's somewhat relaxing for me to do it. the shading part. I'm going to blend these things together here. This dark shadow. See, this part is very dark right here, so everything kind of just blends together, and I can add in any details later. Just like this would be good. I'm gonna take a break and then come back to this. I think I'm gonna go in here now. I think that's where we left off. I'm gonna define this line right here. And then there's one here that I will add. That is the shading I'll add there. I'm just doing the sides of these parts of the swirl. I'm shading it lightly like this, because the light is coming from this side, so the shadows will fall on the right side of these. Then I'll just blend it in. This part, the darkness here, kind of just, it's slightly lighter than the surrounding shadow, but it basically just blends in with the darkness of this part of the helmet. I'm darkening this area, this little V that formed right here. There's a light area here. I'm going to use my eraser and add a little highlight here. I'm going to fill in this area here with some shadow. I'm just blending out this line here. And then this part gets a bit light as it comes here. So I'm going to just shade it lightly with my blender. I need to darken this line right here that comes out. I'm going to add a little highlight here with the kneaded eraser. Let's see here. There is a shadow below this. But very faint. Darkening these lines here. I'm just darkening these extremely dark areas here. There's a little highlight here that I will add. Like this would be good. One here too. And then one here as well. And adding this highlight here. Now here we'll state this part was very white because I guess it's reflecting the light from this way. So I'll just remember to keep it white. Now up here we can do the helmet, this part. I'll continue to use my 2B. I'll lightly shade here. And here near the bottom. Here will be the light part where the light is hitting. So I'll just blend that out now. Then I'll blend it into a lighter area. Making sure that gradient from dark to light is still there. Might even lighten up the middle, like this. Just making it lighter. I'm adding some shadow with my blender to this area here. I'm using my 2B now, and I'm just lightly adding some shadow right here next to that little rope effect that I put. I'm gonna add shadow right here. I'm adding some shadow up here. Then I will take my blender and I'll just blend in these little parts here. I'll just blend this side of it. Here I'll define this shadow that is formed here with my 2B. Then I'm going to lighten it up a bit. Well, first I'll blend in this part. I'll add that highlight here that got lost. Like this. I'm gonna add a shadow here to the base. And then I'm going to use my 2B and add another shadow here that is darker than this lining, like this. Now here's where it gets a bit lighter, so I'm gonna switch pencils now. I'll be right back. I'm going to use an HB now to shade. I don't have an HB with the art pencil, but HB is a school pencil, so I'm just gonna use a school pencil for this, but it'd be better to use an actual HB. This is all I have right now. So, okay. Since we're in the lighter areas, I'm gonna try and go much more lighter here. I'm gonna outline this line here. I'm gonna outline this part here too. I'm gonna add some shading here. Actually, I am gonna switch back to my 2B. I forgot to put the shadow here. I'm putting the shadow here on this line. Just going over it once more. Oops, sorry about that. Now I'm going to blend it out. Like this would be good. Then I'm going to blend this here out. The ring here is going to be lighter, so I'm going to blend that one very lightly. Now here is going to also be blended. And then here will be very light, so I'm just going to lightly go over it. going to lighten this area here. These parts are very light here. Then with these, I'm going to just lightly outline them with the blender. I'm gonna go with my HB and just lightly outline them here, the shadow. I'm gonna outline this shadow here. So here it's a bit trickier because it's very light, but I always have to remember where the light is coming from. And since it's coming from here, I'll add my highlight here, like this. And I will put the star here. The light is coming from here, so I'll add my highlight here. Like that. I'm also going to add some highlights here. It is tricky on this lighter area. Oops. I'm using my HB and I'm just doing the shadow right here. Next I'll draw the star. So the star seems to just be a circle here. And it kind of just looks like a flower. Something like that. I'm going to go with my 2B and go over the star. I just drew like spiky flower petals. I didn't go into much detail with it. Like that is what I did basically. And then on this side I added some shadow after it. There's a line there that I will put. And then I'll add a little shadow here on the star. I'm going to just add a highlight here. That looks good for that part of the armor. I guess now we can work on this ear here. I'm going to go back in with my 2B since it's a darker area here. And we already did this part here. I think I'm just going to redefine this line here. And then add this shadow that kind of connects to the ear hole. And then there's a shadow that goes right around here. Now I'm going to go in with my blender to the ear. I'm going to make note that there's a highlight right here around the ear. So I'll blend lightly around there. Now I see that more shadow needs to be added right here. I'm putting a line here behind the ear. Then I'm doing the shadow under the ear here. That was my shoe, by the way. Then the hair here comes around. So I'm just gonna fill in this area all dark for that. I'm also going to, hold on. Let me just blend this out. Okay, sorry, I was looking for my eraser, but I see here that there is a highlight to add right here and here above the ear as well, and then one down here. So yeah, with these highlights, kind of bring some dimension to the ear. And I'm gonna darken this area too. And I'm also going to add some more shadow here. There's another highlight right here. That I will put. This is so tiny. Right here. Behind the ear. The ear is always my least favorite part to paint. It's so annoying. But anyways, I think we're done with the ear, thankfully. I'll just smooth this part out a bit. But yeah, I think that's the ear. So now we move on to the hair. I'm gonna go over this hair strand. Now with the hair, it seems like I've already done a lot of the shading for it already. I'm just gonna go in with my blender and see if I can shade it in this way. I'll go back in and add more highlights that I didn't. I'm gonna blend a little bit in the chin here. I don't know if I should do the details of the hair now or do them later and do the face now. I'm just going to do the face now, and then I'll do the little tiny details in the hair after that. So I'm going to erase a bit here since there's a light patch here underneath the chin. This kneadable eraser is so much better than other ones. Now for the face, I'm going to go back to my 2H pencil since it's very light. So when I look at the face, I see the light is coming from this way. So there will be highlights here, here, and here. So I'll just go from top to bottom, I guess. I noticed some shading here that I will put. There's some shading there too. It's very light. I know it's hard to see, but there's just some shading that comes from here and then lightly fades out. Then we see there's a highlight here for the nose. And actually for the nose, I'm going to clean up the bridge a bit. made it a bit too concave. It's more like that. So then I'm going to make a little line here. I'm going to shade lightly outwards, like this. Right here, I'm going to shade and then disperse it outwards. I'm going to shade here at the base of the nose as well. This cheek here, I shade for the eyelid. I said I would go top to bottom, so. So here, I'll do the eyelid. It's just like a little curve inwards, like this. And then a line coming parallel with the bottom of the waterline. And then I'll just lightly shade here at the base. And it just makes like this little, kind of like this triangle shape underneath. And, okay. Very light, like this. And then coming from the eyelid, we see a line for the cheek. It's not too circular, you don't want to make it like an apple. It's a little bit round, but it's more just a line that comes down. Like a very flat C shape. And then from here, I'm going to extremely lightly make a shading here that kind of goes diagonal like this and frames the face. With this part, I have to be very light about it, but I'm sure with my blender you'll see exactly what I'm doing a bit better. Now you see me blending it down like this, leaving it light in this area and then darkening it around the hairline, like that. Then I am going to the nose, and I'm making, even the highlight part of the nose will be a bit shaded because it won't be pure white. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much. Let's try that again. Then it'll get light here around the eye. It'll be a bit shaded here around the nose, just a bit, not too much. Then it will kind of disperse here. And then once you get to the cheek, this part is shaded. and it comes from the under eye right here, which we can also blend to. You can blend the top eyelid here and add a shadow. There's a highlight right here, so I'm not going to darken that part, but just the end here I will darken. Lightly like this, and then I will bring my shading down here. Think of like when you put on your, I don't know if you wear makeup, but think of how one would contour their face and how they would contour around the cheekbones like this, and then around the jawline here too. It's a bit like that. And then here a shadow is casted on around the jawline so it gets darker about here. Around the chin it gets darker too, so I'll just shade around here. That would be nice, right here. And this dark patch from the neck comes up. Now I'll do the underside of the nose as well. Let me see. Here's my eraser. Clean it up a bit on this side. Actually, I'm going to shade a bit more here. Just to blend it a bit better. Okay. Next, I'll take my blender and I will just blend around here. Around the base of the nose too. Like this. I'm going to take the shadow and bring it across the mouth, and then the corner of the lips is right here, and then the shadow just kind of fades into the rest of the face here. And I'll get to working on the lips in a second, and I'll also work on here. I'm just kind of doing the base right now of the face. There's a shadow that comes out of the lip, just like this. I mean, not the lip, but below the lip. It kind of wraps around here. Okay. And I'll go in with my 2H, and I see that there is a shadow, but it's a very thin shadow. It kind of comes up like this. And then I see under the nose there's a shadow here too. I think I need to make the tip of the nose less droopy. Let me go ahead and fix that. Maybe it should be more like this. That would be good. Oh my goodness, it's been an hour. I did not even notice. That should be good with the nose. Add a little shadow here. Okay, now for the lips. I need to clean up the lips. Cleaning up here too. Going in with my 2H here. Now for the upper lip, it's just a hill, like this. I don't know why it's like so sharp up there. 1 second. So I'm just gonna lightly draw this hill here, very lightly with my HB. The 2H was a bit too light for that. And then I'm just going to lightly shade in my lower lip. Just with a little circle like that, like little circles like this is basically what I'm doing. And then there's a little shadow here that comes down to the bottom. And then of course I'll add the lip corner here. Okay, now all I have to do here is just up here. We gotta add that shadow here where the eyebrow is connected. I'm also gonna add some shadow to the eyelid right here. This patch will just be slightly darker than the rest of the skin. I'll just fade it out. Then I'll just blend it out here. I'm going to just darken it right here. Maybe I should maybe I did it a bit too dark. Then I don't know what keeps happening to the lips, but I keep making them too big. So I'm just calming down this hill here. Just make it like that. That is good. Can't go wrong like this. And I'll just blend out this line here. Okay, I think we're pretty much all set here. Let me see. There should be a little lash line. It kind of comes out here. Perhaps that's a bit too dark. But I'll make the pupil darker. That seems fine. And then I'll blend this out here a bit more. I'll darken it. Don't want to do all the little tiny details in the hair, but I guess while I'm here I'll just do some. Well, first I'll put the highlights I see in the hair. I see some right here. highlight here too. Here I will put little lines that I see in the hair. I'll use my darker 2B since I'm dealing with this dark hair. Here the hair just kind of blends in with the shading of the under jaw, so I'm just gonna go with that. Alright, now I think I should shade a bit more here, but I should start here onto the neck. There's a line that comes out from the neck. And then remember here's gonna be very light, so the skin is darker in contrast to this part, the shiny part of the armor. So right below the shadow of the ear, I'm just shading. I'll define this line here too. Now I don't have my big blender, and this would be so much better to do with a big blender, but I'm just going to do the back since it's such a large area. I'm just going to use my finger to do it, but it'd be much better to do a blender than this. Now I'm just gonna go in. Maybe I can just turn my blender to the side and do it like this. Yeah, this is good. I'll do this hair here as well in a second. I'm gonna create a highlight here. My eraser. And then I'm also gonna erase them here, since it does get lighter as we go downwards. Should I just use my, okay, no, I'll use the side of my blender. Just erasing a highlight here. It's hard to get it right because sometimes I accidentally make it all one shade. So basically it just starts with these shadow outlines here, and then it becomes light here, and then there's a shadow in this shape, and it gets light as we go down. That's just what I'm trying to do smoothly. Now I'm going to relight in this area here. Smooth this out here. This line here is a bit too sharp. Okay, now I'll do the hairs here. I'll use the 2B for that. The lock of hair is darker than the skin, so I'll make sure that it is nice and dark. Just doing the shadow here in the hair, and then here, and then here. The hair is darker than the skin, so I'm making sure that I'm shading it to be darker than the skin around it, except for the highlights that are lighter. I think I do need to make this one a bit lighter. There's a little hair that comes there. Okay, so I think we did the hair. Now all that's left is the shoulder and the shield. I can do the shield first, since that looks very easy. I think since the shield is extremely light, I'm gonna go in with my HB pencil. I'm just going to I'm going to follow this line here. And as I go further, it gets much more faint. So I'm just going to shade the side of it here. Like this would be good. And then I'm going to color this part of the shield. I'm going to shade it here just with my blender because it's going to be darker than this part, the lining. There's very minimal shading here, so I'm really just not going to worry about the shield. That's why I'm saving the easiest for last, I guess. Like that is fine for it. And I'll shade in this side, the dark shadow part of the shield. Go over this line here. Then I will take my 2B and I'll just go in as I did before. And I'll just blend in and redefine the little prongs or lines here on the shield. This is good. I'm just gonna shade here at the edge. Then I will go in with my HB pencil here, and I'm just going to do little like half moons here, like this. I'll put them all in the same direction. But these half moons will do for the little screws on the shield. That is good for the shield. Now we can just do this part right here, the shoulder, and then the little strap here, or whatever that is. So this shade here is just, it's slightly lighter than the helmet here. So I'll make note of that. I'm just gonna lightly line here with my shading. Remember, the light is coming from here, so the shadow will be more on this side. I'll just blend that there. Then I'll take my 2B I'll add this little Y shadow that comes out from here. Then I'll add a shadow here that dips in. And then follows the top of the shoulder here. And it's a bit darker because I think the helmet casts this shadow here. And there is some shadow here. Then I'll take my blender. I will blend that in. Now all I have to do is this and we'll be done. We'll use my 2B for this. I'm defining this line here. Then this line here. I'm putting a line here, and then it seems like this little gem or diamond shape comes out. I think it's about till here. I'll just draw a little diamond shape that comes out. Then I'll draw little 2 half moon shapes here, like this. And I'm just going to shade the inside of the diamond here. Like that. So then here there are 2 circles, and I'll just put little half moon shading on them. Then there's a little box here. It kind of looks like a ladder, like that. I'll add some shading right here. Then I'll just blend it all together. Adding some darkness here to the sides, but still keeping it lighter than the skin. And there's a highlight here that I will keep. Here's about as dark as the skin because there's a shadow, but then it lightens up as you go down, like that. Like that. Adding some highlights here because I guess it is supposed to look a bit reflective. But all in all, since it's a smaller paper, I'm not going to focus too much on these little armor details. I think this is good enough. Maybe I can put, with my 2B, I can put a bit more definition here on the shadow. Some definition there too. Okay, so I think I have finished it. Oh my goodness. Who knows how many hours that is, but I'm very happy. And I think it came out pretty well, and it came out pretty close to the reference, so I'm happy with this. I don't expect you to get all the way to here. This is just a bonus, and just more me having fun with it, I guess. If you can do the first or second sections, then that would be a good goal. But this one is definitely not necessary to learn for painting. So don't stress out about this, and you don't even have to try it if you don't want to. But this is what it would look like if you were to finish this as an illustration. So anyways, thank you for watching, and I hope this series helped you with the head of Romulus.